All right, moving on to day 3. First game up is Wingspan. So we've got a 4-player Wingspan going. All right, so first things to look at in Wingspan. Um, so the thing about Wingspan is not all cards are created equal. Some are a lot better than others. So the first thing I kind of look for is cards that generate resources. Um, so Blue Jay gaining a seed is good there. Um, and then look at the goals. So cavity nest and bowl nest will be good. So blue jay being bowl nest is great. Um, birds and forest, again, stronger arguments for blue jay. Since there's 2 nest goals, I think maybe a star nest is good. I think early on it's important to get um, your first forest and water bird. And I think we're going to go with the ecologist. Um, let's see, Peregrine Falcon is a nice score. Less than 100 centimeters is a fairly good hunt. So I think go with that. I'm not super interested in stuff in the row. So I'll just keep these 3 and just keep food to play the Blue Jay. And we'll keep ecologist because that is a generically easy end goal to accomplish. Cherries could be difficult, and we don't have any birds that eat cherries. Ready Duck is a pretty nice starting card. It gives you 1 card income, and even though it's worth 0 points, it's got a lot of nest space, so it gives you a lot of potential to score points with eggs later. It's pretty good. This could also fairly good for building out an engine in your grasslands, right? Basically 2 points per activation if you have the cards that you can tuck into it. Um, this one is one of those cards I would probably ignore. It's just too pricey for what it does, right? These habitat movers um, can be good if you get them early, and then you can start moving them around to get particularly, with this start where I'm going to play 1 forest bird, 1 water, and then if I play a mover in the grassland, that's 3 birds without spending eggs. But then I can move him on the grasslands and wetlands to start getting extra food, extra cards, just generate more resources that way. This bird, however, doesn't work for that because it costs 3 resources to get down. So you're not going to get them down early. So I don't think it's going to be worth it. It'll be pretty late by the time you get them down, and by that time you probably already have multiple birds in your habitats, and so um, it may not be getting as much value later in the game. So this guy's a little bit better. Um, it is cheaper, but still not too exciting. Um, and then something working against, well, I guess this guy does match a goal, but it's a round 1 goal, and there's no way he would come down in round 1. So there's that, and then this guy doesn't match nests either, but they can be good for total birds in a specific habitat, because by the end of the round you can just move them, so that's something to consider as well. But all that said, I'm not excited about these movers. I'm just going to stick to the cards I got and maybe draw something nicer from deck with the turn. The turn doesn't generate resources, but it does cycle a card, so you can improve your hand quality, which has its uses. But it does have a pretty good point conversion. Normally, you want to look for getting about 3 points for food spent, so getting 4 points for 1 food is pretty nice. But really, it's the star nest I think that's going to help me with these goals was the main reason I got it. But we'll get the blue jay down first. And then if no one touches the bird feeder, we'll take a fish so we can play the turn, and then the blue jay will just pick up that free wheat. House finch is pretty nice. If that sticks around, I'll get it, but I don't think I'm going to stretch for an inefficient action to get it right away. Right? And what I mean by inefficient action would be taking a wetlands action when I have no birds there, right? It'll just be a draw one. What I'd rather do is get some food so that, now my food forest actions are worth 2 resources because of the blue jay. Um, so we'll do that first. Not going to discard because we want to hold on to these cards. We will take, for the most part, better to take than cash because early on, as with most board games that are kind of engine building, is you want to prioritize resources early and then wait for points later. Yeah, so the finch does go away, blue takes it. And now we've got another mover, so everything in the row is not that interesting right now. So, yeah, what I was saying about efficient actions, like this, the nice thing in the base game is grasslands, even without a bird, is getting you 2 resources off the bat. So that's why I usually want to prioritize getting a bird in the forest and the wetlands down first, so that I can at least get some additional value out of taking those actions rather than um, settling with a single resource draw. Because now what I can do is I can take the eggs action, get 2 eggs, and then um, I'm still only getting 1 resource out of the wetlands action, but at least um, I'm able to trade an egg and get 2 cards, see 2 cards, so I have a better idea of what I'm doing in the future. No rush to get the Peregrine Falcon down. We're just going to hold on to him for a while to build out a good planes engine, because that's kind of the best way to score points most times in the base game is build out that middle row, and at the end of the game, just eggs, 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 eggs. That's going to score you all your points, and then the more brown powers you have that are scoring additional points, even better, you could be scoring 7, 8 points per turn towards the end of the game if you build it out. So what do our opponents have going? So blue has been taking a lot of single actions, single food, single draw. So we'll see if he's planning for laying something down powerful later. That would kind of be my only reasoning for taking actions without uh, brown birds, brown powered birds, supplementing for extra strength. Red's birds looks pretty good. He gets a free insect without any conditionals, which is a little bit nicer than my blue jay, which relies on having wheat in the feeder. And he's also building out his grasslands already, which is not bad, but he might run into problems with card draw if he doesn't have a good option for a wetland bird. So we'll see what we can do for the goal, which is eggs in whole nests. So we've only got 2 spots, so red is looking good for that goal. We might not beat him. Blue is still doing single action, so I have no idea what he's got coming. And then green doesn't have a whole nest either, so Um, might just get second place, which isn't great because it's only 1 point in the first round. So next, I think we just draw from deck and see what we hit, because, like I said, none of these are all that interesting. Interesting. That is positive food. I like it. So we will draw birds. We'll draw one from deck first, just to see what we get. See if that changes any of our decision making. Um, no, we'll just stick to this guy. Um, yeah, and I forget we can draw with that guy as well. That's a nice point score, but I like the Falcon better for a bit more engine building. And then the Bluebird, it's just a fast way to lay down birds, so I think I'll keep that as well. Woodpecker is not a great early bird as well. Like, considering you can't keep duplicates of all the food, it's just really hard to get him down in round one when he has basically the exact same power as the Blue Jay, um, which has a lot more flexibility in food. And, 3 food for 5 points is not a great conversion either. Um, so in the absence of birds that generate resources, these are not a bad option either. Ones that generate a point, just unconditionally get a point every time you uh, take a forest action, which is pretty nice. I don't like to mix them though, generally, because let's say I build out my forest with these two guys, now when I take this action, I get 2 um, from the feeder. This gets me a third, and then that gets me probably a fourth, right? So I'm getting 4 resources per forest action. So the idea is that I want to go for taking as few forest actions as possible, which is kind of at odds with a bird that will score you points when you take actions. I'm gonna do a re-roll just because this guy needs a cherry, which will be a little bit harder to come by. Um, I don't find it, but I can still play him by trading to wheat. Um, I do lose a food by having to do the 2-to-1 conversion, but I would gain 2 food over doing another forest action without him placed. Right, because if I do another forest action looking for a cherry to be a bit more efficient, I'm only getting 2 food with that action. Versus if I just spend the 2 grains now for the cherry, then the next time I do a forest action, like I said before, I'll get 4 food instead of 2. So I come out ahead in that situation. So last 2 actions look pretty set because I'm not really interested in any of these birds on display. Um, yeah, I'm not generating a ton of cards, so I'm not excited about this Tucker. Um, the Tuck is a point, but generating grain is not all that useful, considering the Blue Jay um, is probably getting me a lot of grain. So I'll just be swimming in a whole bunch of grain that I don't need. Um, Still no whole nest. He does have a whole nest, so he could. I mean, we're not beating red, so um, I don't at this point. If you're not getting first place in the first round, it's not really generally. I don't think it's worth it to go out of your way to fight for second place, considering it's just 1 point. So often the first round goal, if you don't have a clear path to win it, it's better to just ignore it. So our last two actions looking pretty set. Just play this bird and lay eggs. Probably lay eggs first, just in case someone takes something from display. And so our last action could be draw, because there's no rush to get him out, right? We want to draw first before we take a forced action anyways, so that we know what we want to pick from the bird feeder. So um, just a little bit of action order optimizing to think about there. But yeah, Wingspan. So I've been to WSBG 2 years, and I did play Wingspan both years. Um, I like Wingspan. I think it's the first game that I got like a reasonably high ELO playing. Um, got to 400, 500-ish after playing a bunch, and then that was the first time I kind of realized like, if I get matched up against a top player, like top 20 or so, you know, I have a chance of winning, right? And so that's what kind of got me a little bit excited about World Series. Not that I thought I had a good chance of winning a Wingspan ring, but like I knew there was a chance if I got lucky. I felt like I was good enough to beat anyone if I got lucky enough. Um, so this was the game that kind of got me thinking. It was like, oh, I'll go and compete and maybe take my chances of winning something. Um, but since then, I've gotten a lot better at a lot of other board games that I feel better about playing competitively, and I don't think I'm going to play Wingspan this year just because I do feel, ironically, it's because of that luck factor. Um, I don't think it's as reliable a game for me to get as far, just because I feel there is more variance based on the birds you draw. Because not all the birds, as I've been talking through, are created equal, right? This acorn woodpecker, horrible card. Very different from, for example, Chihuahuan raven, which generates 2 food in your grassland, which is extremely powerful. I'm sure most of you watching probably are aware of the power 4 birds. So World Series rules, you actually aren't even allowed to play them in the first round. You have to wait till the second round to play them. But we're just playing a random game online, so no restrictions. So, maybe that's what this person was delaying for. Waiting so long to get birds down because he knew he had that. And with that card down, he pretty much never has to take a forest action, right? Because grasslands just straight up generates more resources, generates more eggs than his forest or generates more food than his forest action, while generating eggs at the same time. Yeah, nothing we want to draw here, so we'll just lay this guy down. That's that. He's got 5 forest or whole nest eggs. He's got 3, so I mean we're not even getting second place, but that's okay. It's only 1 point. Not a huge deal. We are ahead on forest birds though. So I guess that's another thing to think about, right? I wouldn't be excited about playing a chickadee just because I'm getting so much food with every forest action I take. I don't see myself taking a lot of forest actions, but at the same time, could be worth extra points with this round 2 goal. The Night Heron is a good way to dump food, right? It gives you the expected value of 3 points per food. And when you've got a good forest generating a lot of food, a good point efficient way to dump your food is what you like to see. That's another reason why I kept the Bluebird, right? Because that's a way that I could dump 4 or 5 food in one action into points. So, you know, a lot of times in these kind of Euro games, you not only have to think about being resource efficient, but also action efficient. Um, so, right, for example, Forster's Turn is more resource efficient, scoring 4 points for one food. But that is 4 points in one action. Versus something like Night Heron scoring 9 points for 3 food is a little bit less resource efficient, but way more action efficient because it's scoring more than twice the amount of points per action. So you always want to try to find a couple of those big guys, as you get more resource rich towards the end of the game to convert into points much quicker. So I think maybe what we should look for is take a forest action or two maybe, and just play these guys next. Yeah, these aren't too exciting. These cards are interesting. They score you a lot of points if you have the matching nests, but that's not the case right now for me. So I think maybe we'll just get these guys down to make my next eggs action more efficient. So we do need that guy, and then we'll re-roll. Come on, rat. No rats. Take that guy, and we'll do that mainly for denial, because it's a more common resource that people typically need. So if someone is looking to get an insect, it won't be available to them. Plus, it just, if we do draw something later, then there's more likelihood it will need an insect, right? The insect and the grains are the more common resources that appear on birds. So I probably want to do another forest action to try and find rats for this falcon. But I don't want to take this grain or this fruit, so maybe I'll just stall out a bit by taking a draw action. See if anything interesting we find anything interesting from deck, maybe. But I would only want to do one draw action because I want to reserve one egg to play these guys, right? So it'll take me one egg to play 2 birds, and I want to play them before I take my next eggs action, right? Because if I did 2 draw actions, spent 2 eggs, I'd have no eggs, and then I wouldn't be able to play a guy here, and then I'm stuck taking a little bit less efficient of an eggs action. They did re-roll for us, but still no rats. Blue's not rolling from the bird feeder, so not going to count on that. Red needs food, though. Red also needs cards, though, so I don't know. This bird feeder might stick around for a while. Yeah, we'll just stall. Deck. No, I don't like that all that much. That's kind of interesting. It's a way to spend all of our wheat. Yeah, I like that. And then, why not? Let's take another turn. These cards I think are just not good. Tucking food, discarding food for 2 tucks. It's just too awkward to make work. So we'll take another food action, and now the plans have shifted a little bit. We'll play the bluebird with the bob white. And so the bob white is a guaranteed point versus the falcon, which is just a high percentage point. I actually don't know what the percentages of 100 centimeter tuck is. 60, 70% maybe. So that's something to consider. You know, tucking less than 50 centimeters is not great. Rolling for rats in the bird feeder also not great. Just because those are low percentage chances of scoring a point off of the hunt. Um, the stilt, I kind of like that guy. I might have liked that over the turn, maybe. It costs 1 more resource, but it does get an instant draw 2 cards, which makes it so that I won't have to draw as many cards in the future. Um, in these kind of games, it's also pretty good to be familiar with the sort of end game state you'll end up having. So I think in most games you end up playing, you know, around 10-ish birds. And so that gives you an idea of how many total cards you need to be drawing throughout the game, right? I've already got 3 down, 4 in hand, so I maybe only need to take a draw action uh, 2 more times, maybe. Um, what were we doing? Yeah, we were gonna get more wheat. We'll re-roll. See if we can find that rat. No. Um, do we need anything else? We need an insect for the turn, but we already have it, so sure, we'll just keep stocking up on insects. Actually, no, this guy generates insects by himself. Let's take the fish. Because we have eggs in wetlands, well, whatever, we'll take both. Well, I was going to say, we have an eggs in wetlands action, or goal coming up. And fish are generally used to play birds in the wetlands, so it probably doesn't matter, but just little optimizations can make a big difference throughout the game often. But yeah, my World Series experience in Wingspan has been decent. It's a little disappointing because I think both times that I on my exits I came in second place with like 91, 93 points, which is a pretty high score. Um, but other people sometimes just get a little bit luckier, score 95, 100, 100 plus. um, which is also helped enabled by the power birds being in the game. So I don't love that. Let's see, we got some good engine builders um, for the grasslands showing up. But am I gonna be drawing again this round? I'm not sure. So I haven't really been focusing on this end of round goal. One, because I don't see any interesting forest birds popping up. But I mean, that would have been an argument for keeping that owl that I discarded earlier. But I still think the bluebird's going to be a little bit better with how much food we're generating right now. And I mean, I don't think blue's going to go for it at all. Uh, and green's got two movers, so it might be hard to compete with them on that. Horned owl, not a terrible point conversion option there. But let's just start building out our grasslands, building out a point engine. Right, so now our grasslands is going to start generating 4 points per turn, and it's only going to go up from there. And we've got, so next uh, action, we'll lay some eggs, and then we'll get the turn down, and then maybe we'll draw, or maybe we'll wait till next round, since we'll be first player in the next round. We'll have free reign to draw what shows up in display. So we have a chance of finding something better than what's there now. Horned owl is okay. We do want to find some high scores, but it takes 3 rats, and we've already got a falcon in our hand, which needs 2 rats, and I haven't been seeing a whole lot of rats in the bird feeder, so might be difficult um, to play that guy. So I think we'll just do eggs, and then we'll play the turn, and then maybe eggs again? No, because we could get more birds down in the grasslands before we take the eggs action again. So maybe we just pull from the bird feeder blind, hope to draw some rats, and and yeah. So we'll just lay eggs. We'll lay eggs on the bowls because that is related to a goal. And then also we'll fill up the star nest last, just in case someone else plays one of those birds that's like everyone lays an egg in a bowl nest or a cavity nest or whatever. It just gives you more flexibility um, to take advantage of that. Like you don't want to fill up the star nest and then everyone's laying eggs in a flat nest. Well, I don't have any, and so then you're losing value that way. Um, that's a nice pickup for blue. These are the kind of birds that you do want to fill up your forest with, right? Because he doesn't care about getting food from the forest. He just wants to play high point birds and pink powers, so that they're actually um, being useful, considering that he's never going to take the forced action again. Um, okay, got some stuff flipped. Not interested in that guy. A Not interested in, well, the star nest is pretty nice, but the rolling for rats is not a very good hunt ability. Yeah, so we're just gonna play the bird, and then next round, see if we can pull food for some rats, and then next round, um, we'll get to go first. May get to draw something nice from display, um, and go from there. Um, right, so I was talking about end states earlier, right? So I've got 6 birds in play, 1 in hand. So I probably am only taking 2 more draw actions for the rest of the game. And then it's just a matter of getting all the food to put all those birds down. And hopefully what we like to see is a full grassland with birds that are generating extra points, and then just egg out the rest of the game, hoping that we have enough egg space. So that's another nice thing about the bluebird. Not only does it give you a nice point dump, but it's got 5 spots for eggs, so you can potentially fit in an extra round of just straight laying eggs. So we're not looking great on any goals except perhaps the last round, because he's only got 3 bowls. Well, this is the nice thing about the Finch. He's sitting at 9, and he's at 5, and I'm at 8. So depending on what we draw in the future, we could be competitive for bowls. I mean, the owl is an extra 4 bowl slots, but I don't know if it's worth it. I don't want to be searching for more rats. Um, the brown power is very low percentage. 5 points for 2 food is less than the baseline 3. It's just a lot of things working against it. The only thing working for it is the star nest, a decently sized star nest. Um, so you can argue it's a good card to play early in the game if a lot of the goals are based on nest type. Um, yeah, so we're just gonna keep searching for rats. Come on, roll over. Oh, no rats. Gosh, that's terrible. Um, guess we'll take that, and then, so it was either 2 fish or 2 insects, um, because we need to re-roll for the blue jay. Finally, a rat shows up, but a little too late. So, I mean, taking the fish, 2 fish would have been nice if a puffin shows up, but I'm not gonna make that play based on 1 card in a huge deck. Um, well, speak of the puffin, but he's gonna disappear because the round is about to end. And we are going to tie for second place. Um, man. Well, I guess so. Since these guys give me the option to draw later, I can draw from deck first to see if anything interesting pops up, which not really. How do I feel about these guys? And I just don't have enough rats for that hawk. I probably do want the canvas back so I can compete for wetlands eggs. But maybe I do take the hawk. I mean, I know I'm gonna want that guy. And then let's try to find something better than the hawk. Nope. Um, so we'll discard the low scoring cards here. So this gets us up to 12 for Bull Nest. Actually, this guy's not terrible. Um, 4 points for a food, but it is extra bull slots. That would get us up to 14 bull slots. We are going to need to draw one more time, though. So we'll see if anything interesting flips from display. Spoonbill. I like that. So drawing bonus cards is I usually value it at about 3 points. I think on average that's what you're going to score most of the point if you find a random bonus card, but you can obviously do worse and you could do better, right? So I like to play these cards when I think I'm looking to be a little bit behind in scoring and I need to hit a high roll to start competing. Um, Still nothing interesting in display. Playing double birds is nice for getting point conversion down, but 1 point is not. So, I mean, this is nice to build out your forest really fast in the early game, but I'm not sure how useful it is now. Unless it looks like I'm going to be laying a ton of eggs, because it does have a lot of egg space, which it has going for it. Oh, and we get one rat. He's going to gather a lot of food. So maybe if he doesn't take the rat, then we take the rat. And then we're probably set for food for the rest of the game. Or do we draw? And right, because I know we need to draw one more time. And what we draw is basically going to determine what we end up playing for our final board state, and we'll know exactly what food we need to play all of them. Right, because these guys are going to take 2 insects and a wheat, so we have an insect and a fish and a fruit remaining. That's assuming if we spend the insects on these wild tags, right? So, for example, if we end up drawing a card that needs a lot of insects, that kind of changes the math, and maybe we can dump the fish and the fruit into the wild. So I'm thinking we do want to draw so we know what food we need for the rest of the game. And this will be our last draw action. Ooh, not exciting. So terrible. Just need one more good one. So these guys are not going to be useful. This guy at least generates points, so the wilds give us a lot of flexibility. So what we need is 2 wheat, an insect, and 2 rats, and 3 wild. So what is this? A total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 food. We have 6 food right now, so we probably only need to take one more food action. Even if we don't draw rats, that's 2 more food than we need, so that's fine. As far as where do we want to place them, I'll place these 2 guys in the plains. He's going in the wetlands, obviously, and then where do I put the hummingbirds? I'll place 1 hummingbird in the forest, because of our endgame goal. It's an extra 2 points. And then the other one, I guess we'll just place over here. Right, so if we get extra food, so long as we draw 1 rat, we will have extra food. Then we'll score points. So, and I think we should have enough bowl slots to lock up the round 4 goal. So I think we just 2, 3, 4. Oh, do we want to compete for the round 3 goal though? Man, that's something to think about. Because if we play him, egg, but we're wasting food because we don't have 2 wheat. So if I just play him, then egg, is that worth it? They're going out of our way to compete for this eggs in wetlands goal. So he's only got 7 spots. He's at 5. Man, that's a tough decision. Because I'm losing out on an egg if I take, for every plains action I take without playing this guy. Losing out on a second egg. I have plains action taken without having that guy down. I think I'll just settle for 3rd place It just looks too contested to go for it, right? Because I'd have to play this guy and take um, a lot of eggs actions. Right? Because right now, because I only have 2 eggs left, that's just enough to play one more bird in the grasslands before taking another eggs action. Right? Because if I play another bird in, say, wetlands, I have to spend an egg, and now then I'm going to take a grasslands action before playing another grasslands bird, which loses out on a potential point from the falcon's hunt, loses out in an extra egg from having it built out further, so that's 2 points right there. If I take it multiple times, because I'm trying to fight for this goal, that's 2 more points. If I do it twice, I'm also losing a food. Because this guy needs a wheat that I don't have. Like, I'm losing a lot to compete for that goal, and it's not even guaranteed. So I play egg, egg, puts me at 6 eggs. Well, actually, no. Blue's got 3 actions left. He can definitely play one more Wetlands Bird and then take another eggs action and take that victory from me. And then, sure, I get second place over red, but it's a difference of 1 point. Um, when I lost out on potentially 4 points in a food, it's not worth it. So that's something you need to constantly think about while playing Wingspan. Is it worth it to fight for goals? If it's causing you to deviate from the plans you've already laid? Green actually surprisingly has a lot of points. It's laying down a lot of high point birds, getting decent use out of the double movers, but I am keeping up, and I have the best built out grasslands engine so far. Blues is looking pretty good as well. Plus he's got a pink power, so blue is also looking dangerous considering they're probably going to win that goal, but I think I've got this one because I'll have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 16 bull nests, and he's only sitting on 9. He hasn't added to it. He's sitting on 5. He's sitting on 5. So hopefully I can make up some ground with that last round 4 goal. And then everyone's only sitting on 1 bonus card, so we do need to, before we play this, get some food. We do know we need to take 1 more food action. These don't matter. It's a reroll and do find another rat. And now, since we have more, well, shoot. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 food. We have 6 food. We would have to spend an extra if we're missing a grain. Shoot. If we have an extra food, we can convert that into an egg. Uh, but I think we'll catch it. Um, because I think it's a point either way. We'll lose out on an extra egg conversion when we have the grasslands built out, but that's just a point. And a cache food is also a point. Um, but cache food does not take up an egg slot, so I haven't calculated how many eggs actions we can take, but we're less likely to run out of egg spaces this way. Yep, there you have it. He did play more grasslands birds, and he can easily take that round 3 goal. These are the kind of birds that I wanted to be drawing. Well, 5 points for 1 food is pretty good, and then uh, 7 points for 3 food, little less than when you want, but um, getting you an extra action is pretty nice. Um, well, actually, I'm starting to run out of action, so do I even want to play the last hummingbird? Um, so I'll play the falcon. I'll lay eggs to get probably 3rd place. Um, for the end of round goal, 2 is better than 0. Oh shoot, I might even get last. Jeez. Forgot that he would have a ton of eggs in there. So he's got 6, 7, 8. He's got 5. And he's got 2 cubes left. Still think blue's going to take it. Okay, let's think about this. We play falcon, lay eggs. We're getting 6 eggs. These eggs will be used on the falcon, so we'll have 6 eggs left. If we play these 2 guys in wetlands and forest, we're down to 4 eggs. And then 3 actions plus 1 lay egg action. It's 4 actions, so we'll have 3 actions left. 3 actions left, getting 6 eggs per action. Yeah, it's more efficient to just keep laying eggs instead of playing the last hummingbird. Because the hummingbird, dropping a hummingbird over here in itself is only a 2-point action versus eggs actions are going to be 6, probably 7 points per action. And I will have enough egg space to do eggs for my last 3 actions. And now it looks like it's a good thing we did cache that, because we wouldn't have gotten over here to be able to do the egg conversion. Do, do, do. I'm worried about blue though. I think they're gonna shoot ahead with their winning a goal. And they've got a good grasslands engine built out and a pink power. I mean, red and green are ahead in points right now, but they don't have a whole lot going for them in the grasslands. I mean, if yellow plays 1 more in the grasslands, that could be decent. He moves these guys over and he's got 5 plus points. So actually green's looking kind of scary too. We'll see. as you saw, just drawing a lot of cards that are not super interesting for me to be playing. I didn't find any of those big 9-point birds. Um, a hummingbird is way worse than, you know, a great owl in the forest. So, because at this point I have more food than I need, so I would have liked to have higher scoring birds to spend it on, rather than 3-point sparrow. Well, I guess the sparrow's going to end up being 7, because I'm going to take 4 more food actions, or egg actions. So if that goes on, no reason not to automate that, because no one has a pink bird that triggers off hunt. So we'll just do eggs, 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 and then play birds, birds, birds. Actually, now that raises the question, is it even worth it to play this hummingbird? I'll have to wait and see how the egg math works out on that. Blue's still going. He elected not to tuck. Is he still gaining food with his 3 cards left? Probably. Probably has more birds that he wants to play. So yeah, he does gain 2 more food. And that's the great thing about these tucking birds, is that if you're in a situation like I am, where I'm drawing a bunch of birds that I don't necessarily want to play, a bird like this is not only generating a point every activation, but it's letting you see a new card. Um, so hopefully you can draw into something that you do want to play. Now we're on red. He's deciding what to do. Goes and grabs food. Um, so when I take my next eggs action, I will tie him for 3rd place. But he's probably going to lay eggs on his last action. And pop ahead of me. But then green's got an interesting decision ahead of them. Because if they want to compete for this goal, for one, I don't think they're going to be blue. And then the second thing to consider, is it worth it to move these birds into the wetlands to get 2nd place? Because he's already got 4 cards in hand, and we're about to enter the last round. I'm not sure he wants to draw any more cards. Right? There's only 5 actions in the last round. You're not going to be playing all those cards. So those guys would be stuck there. Either those guys would be stuck there and not contributing to a grasslands engine, or you would have to take a cards action, which is a 0-point action, which is only drawing you cards that you're not going to play. So it effectively does nothing. So maybe we'll get 3rd place. Just depends on what green ends up doing. Lay all that. Blue gets to lay an egg. Get to hunt. Success. And we'll lay here for now. So I'm not going to lay on the bowls because green just played this guy, which lets everyone else lay eggs on a bowl, so I don't want to fill up my bowls. Oh, and that's interesting. So blue chooses not to tuck a card with the finch, which indicates he really wants to play these last three cards, which is not a good sign, because that means those are probably three really good cards. And he's still gaining food to play them, right? So he's got 6 food, play 3 cards. Now I've got red going. Man, the end of this game is really dragging on. But, it can be understandable. You know, some people, towards the end of the game, it can require a lot of thought to think about what your optimal last couple of moves are. Is it better to gather food and play a high-scoring bird? Is it better to just play eggs? How many eggs actions can I take before I run out of nest space? All things to consider. Right, for example, green's built out a decent amount of grassland engine. If he moves these guys over into the grasslands, let's go 4, it'll generate 4 eggs, 6 eggs, 7 eggs. But he's only got 10 nest spots left, right? So he can't do that multiple times. So he's got to take food, he's got to play more birds to spend those eggs and get more nest space. But it can be difficult to calculate how many more birds do I need to play, how many more food actions do I need to take to open up the nest space to take the remaining eggs actions that I want to take. Alright, so I did end up tying for second place on the goal because red didn't lay more eggs. You know, I don't love how they do ties in this game. Right, so basically we tied for second, so we split the points between second and third, rounded down, so 5 divided by 2 is 2.5, we both get 2 points. It's the same as getting third place. And it allows first place to just get that much farther ahead. So 5 actions left. We're laying 6 eggs per turn, so obviously we cannot take 5 eggs actions because we don't have 30 nest spots, so we definitely do have to play another bird. And it's definitely going to be the canvasback because it has more egg slots, which will better secure us this end of round goal. Because, yeah, blue has not gained any ground on that. Neither has red. Green played some more, so he's at 7, 9, but still kind of far behind. So, given that I know I'm going to do 3 or 4 eggs actions and then 1 or 2 bird plays, I might want to time the bird play when blue's not going to get a pink activation, right? So red just took food. If green doesn't take eggs here, then I might just play the bird first. And so we've gone around the table without activating blue's pink bird once. Um, that way it is 1 less point for blue. And I can just take my eggs actions later when the other players are also taking eggs action, since he only activates it once in between his turns. Um, well, green did just play 4 more egg slots, but so can I. Whatever. Doesn't matter what food. Everything I have left is wild. So now the question is, so can I take 4 eggs actions, right? Generating 6 eggs per turn. 4 times 6 is 24. So I'd be losing out on 2 eggs if I did that. Probably more, because green is going to give me a few free eggs from this guy. Right, so blue paid another big point guard. Um, 4 points for 3 food is not a good conversion by itself, but when you consider you get a bonus card, um, it's better. Although you'd hope for a little bit more. You'd have to hit a pretty good bonus card to get better than expected value. Right, because the 6 point bonus card would be a good hit, but that's only 10, and there are birds in the deck that get you 9 points for 3 food. And there's no risk. So for this to be really good, you have to hit like that 8+ point bonus card, which is pretty rare. So it looks like we will be needing to play a hummingbird. Or do we? Right, so we'd lose out on 2 eggs, which means, so if these don't score points, then an egg action placing only 4 eggs would get us 4, maybe 5 points. Whereas playing the hummingbird is a 3+2 because of the end game, a 5-point action, guaranteed. So yeah, I think we definitely are going to be playing hummingbird. So we'll just wait to time that for another round when blue does not activate his pink bird, which might be now, because red is just playing birds. Green may or may not lay eggs. Yeah, and then it looks like red's going to be feeding us eggs as well, so we definitely don't want to take 4 eggs actions. And we want to play the forest because it contributes to our endgame. It also costs 1 less egg, right? So that's a 5-point action versus um, so a 5-point action placing it here versus here is only a 2-point action, but potential extra points from here. So I guess if it's it could be 5 points if I activate the hummingbird every time for my last 3 actions, but that also gives food to my opponents, which they could use for tiebreakers, they could be used for their own conversions, so it's not worth it. So at this point, just so that is not a great play for blue. Um, I mean, he could copy the house finch and it'll generate 1 point, but like playing this bird itself is a 0 point action. You pay 2 eggs to get 2 points back on a bird. So, right. Just automate that. And are we still ahead on bowls? 8, 10, 13. I'm at 8, 10, 14. So I'm slightly ahead of green on bowl space. And I don't think he has time to play another bird and fill all those spaces. So I think I've got bowls in the bag, maybe. See, red, he did play that guy, which is 4, 7, 9. So no, he's not catching up. And then he's at 6. Ooh, the mockingbird gets a lot of bowl space. So he's at 6, 10, 13. Okay, I'm still ahead of him. So yeah, I think I've still got it. So we'll just start filling all these bowls. So this is where we score our points. We're getting 4, 5, 6, 7 points per turn. Blue is getting 4, 5, 6, 6 points per turn. He'll get 7 points on his last turn, right? Because he can't activate the Waxwing until his last turn because he needs to keep a card in hand to keep feeding the Mockingbird and the Finch. And yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch up to blue if he gets second place in the goal and he keeps getting uh, bonus eggs from his pink bird. But actually, if green fills Bull's Nest here, he's only got 2 bowl spots left. So yeah, it's going to come down to the wire, but I think blue's got this. Especially since they've got the extra bonus card. I think I am building enough of a lead on red and green. I've got a decent endgame card, and I'm going to beat them on the end of round goal. So I feel pretty comfortable about beating these two. The only thing where they might come back is a crazy goal that's like, 2 points per rat, and they've got like 8 rats. I think those are the only kind of cards that really score you um, insane amount of points. And the Falcon is scoring every time. You like to see it. And then on to the last turn of the game. Yeah, with an 11-point lead over red and green. Feel good about that. Don't know if I can catch blue. He still has one bowl spot left. So he won't get, he will fill it with that pink activation, but then he won't get an extra egg from green, which is what I presume they'll do with their last action. What, 6, 10, 13. 13 bowls versus 6, 10, 14. And I will fill this on my last action. Question is blue gonna tie with green? That would cut off some points. No, his bowl nests are all empty. He's not gonna fill all of them in one turn. So blue looks like a solid second place for bowls. Well, we've got 4, 7, 9 here. Yeah. So on the goal front, only a 3-point advantage over blue. I'm gonna score 7 +1 because of the green, hopefully giving me one. Yep. So I'll get to 71 with my last action. I'll make up 3 points, so I'll be 1 behind going into final scoring, but then my only chance is for his 2 bonus cards to score less than 5 points, which is unlikely. So fill up the last of our bowl spots. Peregrine Falcon hit every time. Nice. So 9 points for 2 food, pretty good. Yep, 1 point behind going into checking bonus cards. Wow, there's the 12-pointer. I don't think that's going to be enough for him to catch up, though. Then we got green. Here we go, 6 points for ecologist. '84 is a decent score, but I don't think it's enough to win. Yeah, that alone is gets him the win. So it beats me by 5, I think, 89. Yep, there you have it. Wingspan. Um, I think what makes all the difference here is the power bird, right? So fortunately in World Series you can't play it till round 2. He did play it a little bit earlier than the second round, so it just generates a big engine, right? So you're able to go through the entire game putting nothing in your forest, only taking eggs and cards, because this is giving you all the food you need, which saves you a lot of action time. So that's Wingspan. All right, next up, game for day 3, we have Castles of Burgundy. Let's see, on this map, think we want to start near the bottom. We are going second. Start here, near the ships. Okay. 6-4 is our roll. So I start near the bottom. I don't like the top because it starts near a bunch of light green animal placements, and I don't think animal placements are what you really want to be doing in the early game. Just because placing them doesn't get you any bonuses, they kind of just score a lot of points, and kind of with any board game, you want to be getting something out of your moves other than points, whether it be resources or action tempo. Um, so that's why I chose to start bottom. So first player took the only mine available, usually what happens with first player, and they took a ship. Oh, and these are also asynchronous maps. So we'll take a castle, and with our 4, oh, I should also look at any interesting yellow tiles, just scoring tiles. So I think we'll go with a ship. So obviously I want to take a castle because I start with a double castle spot here in the bottom, so that'll be an easy fill up. Early in the game, you want to start near these smaller territories that you can close out faster, since um, closing up regions scores you more points earlier in the game. So these 1 slots and 2 slots are best to be filling out early. And the absolute best to fill out early is a single mine spot, which is usually why mines are contested by the person going first. Because the earlier you get the mine down, the more coins they're going to generate, right? Mine placed in the first round generates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coins. You don't get to use the 5th coin, but it's still worth a point. But I mean, 4 coins during the game, that's basically like gets you an extra 2 tiles. Versus say a carpenter building, which only grabs you 1 tile, albeit it lets you grab it immediately. Yeah, so early mines are good. Let's see, with 5-2, I don't want to grab another castle because it's way near the top, so that's just going to be sitting in storage for a very long time if I were to take that. If I grabbed a boat, that would secure me going first next round. Also, it would allow me to make sure that I fill this duchy. So, given that, interesting that red placed his boat. That means now I can jump ahead of him in turn order. So I can have a crack at buying that boat next turn, which I think I'm gonna do. Question is, do I want the 2 or the 5? Probably want to spend, well, the 5 just costs way more, so I'll grab that. But what do we do with the 5? Nothing super interesting, so I think I'll just grab workers now. I don't really want to spend workers. I don't think. Because I want to be able to grab this ship next round. I don't care if blue grabs the ship. Well, actually, no, that does make a difference. If blue grabs the ship, then they can make sure they go first next round. But they'll have to spend workers on it. At least 2 if they use their 5. Um, so overlooked that. I might have prioritized grabbing the ship if I thought that through a little bit more. Yeah, he does place his castle, which allows him to grab a wild. Fortunately, he didn't grab the ship. Now there are no more ships, and I have already secured going first next round. I think we'll go ahead and grab a carpenter, right? Because that'll help us fill this little duchy, and then we've got access to more ships next round. A bank would be a good pickup. That'll just allow us to get another tile from the center here. So that'll be 1, 2, 3 regions we should be able to fill out in the first round, which is a good chunk of points. And so we'll wait on the ship, see if any of these goods drops into a space that allows us to grab 2 in a round, just because there's no threat of anyone else grabbing them, given that they don't have any ships. I certainly don't have to place this ship, and I'll still maintain first position. But let's see. We can place the castle now. Then what do I do with the 4? Yeah, I think we'll just grab the castle. Use that to place the carpenter. Grab the bank since that's the last option. I want to be able to grab that before someone else takes it. And then the 4. I don't really want to place a ship now, and I don't want to spend 2 workers placing the bank. I could place it here and then just buy something else. I think I'll do that. Yeah. So that gives me the coins to buy something else. There's plenty of options for other building tiles that I can just buy and place on this 2 slot next turn. Although if I want to complete these 2 regions, I have to use both dice. I should have thought about that. So I have to have pretty good rolls. Ideally I want a 2 and a 3, but that may not happen. But I do have a good amount of workers. So I think I might actually only end up finishing 1 region this turn. Just because if the cost of filling both these regions is spending all my workers, then I just go into next round with 0 workers, and that might kind of squander my going first roll, right? Because going first does no good if you don't have the workers and you don't have the dice rolls to grab the things that you wanted to grab, right? Because if I'm forced to take workers, then that's just really inefficient. So he takes the last decent yellow tile, so that makes my decision making a little bit easier, right? I was thinking maybe playing the church to grab that would be okay, because I already have a carpenter square down. I can get 2 more now, so that could be worth up to 12 for me. I don't really like this yellow tile because watchtowers, same issue as I have with those as I have with animals, is that they just score points. They don't get you anything extra. I do roll that perfect 2-3 though, so let's roll with that. We do get to pick up one good here. Internet's being a little bit slow, but we can buy. Let's place a bank. We have a good amount of workers right now. I'll place a bank because we already have a bank, and so if a yellow tile for scoring banks shows up, that'll be pretty good for us. And the bank gives us the option to buy something from the middle at the start of next round. Since we don't have a mine, we would only be going in the next round with one coin. So that gives me a little bit more flexibility of what I can do with that starting position in the next round. And, like I said earlier, I've already filled 3 regions in the first round. That's a solid 30 points, gives me a good point lead to start the game off here. So going in the next round, I'll probably want to grab a mine or 2 or 3 if I'm super lucky. Right, because I could use my 2 dice and then I have enough coins to buy something. So I could potentially pick up 3 tiles. So I'll be looking for mines, I'll be looking for good scoring yellow tiles, and maybe ships as well to maintain my lead. Continue to fill out these small blue regions. I will eventually want to fill out this middle building region as well, right? The point scoring just gets more and more efficient the bigger the region is, right? So for any map, you want to look at what really large regions do they have, and you'll want to prioritize filling those out, right? Because 7 size region scores you 28 points. That's 4 points per tile placement. Just as a base, right? That's not including how much you get bonus based on what round it is, what you get for those tiles themselves. Okay, so 6, 5, ooh, all 3s in the goods. We want, let's grab all the mines, like we said. And then anything from the middle we want to buy. Probably so that scores for town halls, that scores for churches, which we don't have in that region. I do like the town halls though. I think it's one of the better buildings. I think it just gives you a lot of flexibility to place other buildings, other tiles. Now what I mean is usually there are on most maps a lot of building beige places to place things. And so you usually have a lot of options for dice you can roll for beige tiles. Whereas other colors, like castles and mines, don't have a lot of spots, right? There's only 3 mine spots, and then if you don't include your starting castle, only 3 castle spots, which is very limited numbers that you could roll, and you need to replace them. And so what I'm really getting at here is, now that I have this town hall, I could roll a 6, 3, a 2, 3, or a 6 to place it, which is very flexible. That's half of the numbers. Whereas if I wanted to place a mine right now, I would have to roll a 2. But if I place it with the town hall, then that no longer becomes an issue. I don't have to wait to roll a 2 to place the mine efficiently. Another thing to think about when you're holding on to playing first in a new round is having a church in your storage, right? Because then that also gives you a good chunk of flexibility for um, snagging high priority mines and castles, right? You know, the same issue. You usually have a lot of options for beige tile spaces you can roll for, but those mines and castles you want to pick up um, usually have less options. Uh, Fortunately for me, I rolled the perfect dice to pick up 2 mines straight away. So red is taking a while. Take their first turn. Maybe they're just thinking. Hopefully they didn't disconnect here. So what do we think we need to be doing next, right? Obviously our storage is full, so we want to place stuff. That's an easy dump to just place the town hall. That gets rid of 2 things, and then we can pick up more stuff. I'm eyeing this tile scoring for town halls. It'll score at least 4 since I already have one, potentially 8 if I fill out this side region as well. Let's see. So red went ahead and placed a ship, so they leapfrog us in turn order. If we were to grab 2 ships, that would secure us going first in the following round, but that might be difficult to do. I did roll a 2, so I'm thinking maybe I do want to hold off on this town hall and take advantage of that flexibility I have of placing this straight away. Let's see, red does grab another ship. Let's place this mine. And with the 5, debating whether I want the church or the warehouse. I think I'll go for the warehouse. Yeah. Because I do need to sell goods at some point to get a coin, so I can buy from the middle. And I'm thinking I might ignore yellow tiles this game. I don't know if that's a good move or not. So yellow tiles can score you quite a bit, but all of my yellow regions are pretty small regions, so if I'm not filling them out early, they yeah, if I'm not filling out yellow tiles early, they're not going to score me a ton of these points from later on. Let's see. So let's use this 6 to get some tiles out of our hand we'll place a warehouse. Do we want to go near this 2 or near this 4? Because what am I going to do with this 5? I could grab this, but I don't have any churches yet, so I'm not sure I want to. Could buy this church. I could place this mine. Either of those is going to cost a worker. Okay, so I want to make a bigger sale, and I'll go with the 2s because since the blue already has a 2, that makes me think there are less 2s left. I don't know. Maybe, and then do I make room or do I buy a church? I guess let's just get this down while we can. Don't want to end up in a position where I don't roll a 4 the rest of the game, rest of the round, and then have to spend more than a worker to get that mine down. Oh, I forgot to buy from the center. Okay. Blue stacking up on the yellow tiles. Let's see, with 2-4, I think I want to grab this yellow tile. Maybe this church. And then buy a ship, maybe. Because I do want to keep fighting red for turn position. Oh, actually, red already placed his ship, so if he doesn't sell goods and buy that ship right now, I'm gonna jump on top of him and be first again next round. So if red wants to go first next round, he has to sell his 3s and buy a ship. Well, there he does it. I should have. I messed up. I should have bought that ship last round. Oh well. Um, we can still. Well, we could buy cows, and that helps us get towards the top. And we could finish castles first, although red will likely beat us there. I think I do like this church in the scoring tile. I think filling out at least one region of yellow with some good scoring tiles should be worth it. I don't know if I want to completely ignore it. So the thing you have to consider is, I don't think it's possible to fill your entire board by the end of the game. So you don't want to commit to everything. You have to realize some things are going to be left blank. So things that have a lot of smaller regions, I think are the things you want to consider just ignoring for the game. Okay, 5-4, nothing to buy from the center. 4 goats could be all right. Yeah, these tiles that let you have a little bit more dice flexibility, I don't love those. So I don't want to place my church just yet. I think I will place this yellow while I can. And I'll place it here because it opens up new tiles versus this spot which does not. You know, I already have access to these 2 tiles, so I'll place it down there. And the 4, do I want to pick up goats? I think I might just hold off on the goats. Well, this castle gives me a lot of flexibility. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 all work for this church, so I can grab a mine or a castle pretty easily next round. And I'll grab a castle here, so if red leaves me either a castle or a mine for next turn, I can easily grab it with this church. Right, the only number not available to me for this church is a 4, and I've still got 1 worker, so guaranteed I'm going to be able to play this church. So there is 1 mine, 2 castles. Red cannot pick up all 3, so it'll be interesting to see what he does here. And yeah, here's the issue. Red's only going to be pick up 1 tile, and he's going to have to spend workers on it. If he had more workers, he could grab both a mine and a castle. But going into the round with only 1 worker, he is pretty restricted. Right, so I was talking about one of those yellow tiles that lets you change the dice result by 1. I don't love those because even if you do get to use them, it only saves you 1 worker per use, right? And it's only for a specific color of tile, right? If you just patiently wait, what do we do? Okay, do you want to place a church? We'll grab this castle because the other tiles on 6 are not as interesting. And we'll grab some workers and wait to roll a 1 or a 6 to efficiently place these goats so we can get access to those castles. Right, I decided to take this castle over here, right, because the watchtower and the pigs over here are not interesting. So it kind of messes up anyone who rolls a 6 later. Right, because I don't need any more castles. So if I left the castle there, rolling a 6 would still be useful for these guys. Rolling a 6 would not be useful for me. Alright, double 3s is not a great roll for me. Looks like I'll have to spend 2 workers to place my goats there. And then Maybe pick up, yeah, probably pick up a ship. Or do I even want ships at this point? Because red is already way past me on that front. I do need more workers. Could get another bank. Although I don't know that I want to buy a bunch of animals right now. Maybe I should. There's a lot of good sheep there. Yeah, maybe now. Well, I could buy more goats. That would cost me another worker though. Let's just do the bank for now. Oh, but I don't have a lot of options for placing the bank. Okay. I think that was a bad move because right now, because I can only place a castle if I roll a 5. I can only place a bank if I roll a 6. I thought I had it in my head that I could still place bank in the middle, but I already have one. Yeah, maybe I should have picked up these goats. So hopefully I roll a 5 or 6 next turn, otherwise that's going to be a pretty bad turn for me. So when you're losing the fight for ships in turn order, at some point it's better to start ignoring it, I think, um, and just hold off to take ships later in the game. Because when you're rushing ships really fast, you end up taking a lot of single goods, um, and by starting to ignore them now, I'll be able to pick up more double and triple goods. Hopefully, that's the idea. He made a good goods pickup that I would have liked. 1 is not a number I was hoping to see, but I can place this bank with just 1 worker spent, so we'll do that, take some more workers, and hope to roll a 5 next turn. Even a 4 or 6 I'll take. And then I guess, do I want to buy sheep or pigs? I think sheep. If we could just go for sheep, this will be if I could get all 3 of these sheep, that'll be a pretty good pickup for me. Pigs aren't terrible either, but it'll be a little bit less points. Because pigs with 4, 3, 2, that's worth 4, 7, 9. 4 plus 7 plus 9. Which is 20 points for placing that in 4, 3, 2. Versus 4, 4, 2 would be 4, 8, 11. 4, 8, 11 is 23. So 3 more points for the sheep if I get it. But we'll see what other people play. Let's see. We don't get our 5, but a 6 I think is good enough. We can use that to play a castle. Use the castle to play another castle. I think I'll use that castle to pick up a sheep. And then I'll buy that sheep. And I'll commit to filling out the green sections. We get a bonus for filling out castles first. We'll take these sheep. We'll buy these sheep, and we still have enough coins to buy another sheep. Um, do I want this market? I mean, I'm filling out beiges pretty fast. The market's pretty useful. It'll help me grab goats or ships in the future. Yeah, why not? Right, and we have a lot of flexibility to place this market, and we can just grab a ship with it. So we could roll 1, 2, or 5. That'll be able to place a market. Whereas the sheep, we're kind of limited right now because we want to place it in this region, which right now we only have access to the 1. But if we also roll a 2 or a 5, we could place the market there, and then also gives us access to a 4 for the sheep. So thinking about dice flexibility here. Red could sell a good and then steal this sheep from us, but I don't think that's a great play from him, right? Because then if he starts building a sheep in this 4 region, well, I've already picked up 2 4 sheep tiles, so I don't know how much he could potentially score with several big sheep tiles already gone, right? So he could deny me, but it's just a bad move for him, I think. Right, and so the goods are starting to build up. We've already got a 4, so these spots would be good double pickups for us. And he does decide to buy cows, which makes sense. That fills out that region for him. With a 3 and a 6, those are not great for us. We can... I think we'll spend a worker here so we can secure this ship. Get ourselves... I don't think I've seen a lot of 6s, so I'll go for that. Oh, and don't forget to buy our last bit of sheep. So looking... So now I wonder if I've maybe overcommitted myself to doing too much, right? Because now I'm committed to going for a lot of animal tiles. I definitely want to fill out the middle beige region because that's a ton of points. Might as well do this last one as well, so we can go for the completion tile. So I think maybe we only go for 1 more ship and 1 more yellow tile just to complete this region. Double 2s, not good. So we'll have to take a worker, then spend a worker to place a sheep. Then we could buy something. We could buy this mine. So there's plenty of mines available. Question is, does red take 1 and then blue take 2? It's a little bit late for blue to be taking mines, right? Because at this point in the game, each mine you place is just getting you 1 coin to spend, and then 1 coin at the end as an extra point. So I don't think blue should be interested in picking up mines. So we can at least get second place completion tile behind red. As far as yellow tiles, that one's a decent scoring tile. It's only 2 points right now, but I've got plenty more to sell. That would be okay if I place another warehouse, but if I place another warehouse, I'm not placing another town hall, which is what ideally I would want to put there for this tile. Okay, so red takes that scoring tile, which makes sense. We have to take workers because we need to get some of these sheep out of our hand. Do we want to buy a tile? Probably. I mean, there's still a lot of mines available, so I'm not sure just yet. Right, because if I buy the mine, now my hand is super restricted. Like, the only thing I can roll is a 4. Because I'm not touching this mine tile yet. Also of note is there are no goats on this board, so I'm really hoping to find 2 goat tiles the next round. But taking this tile, this scoring tile, makes sense for red, considering he rushed ships, so he's got lots of goods. He's already sold a bunch, so probably that tile is already scoring a good chunk. Although its ceiling is 12, which is not that high. Blue has quite a few scoring tiles. So he's getting 12 from this guy. Only 4 from the boarding houses so far, and 4 from the banks. And 8 from the watchtowers, so should watch out for blue there. You're going to have a lot of hidden scoring potential. We do roll a 4, which is exactly what we needed. Then what do we do with the 6? With the 6, we could pick up this mine. And then what? Yeah, I think that's it. Just place a sheep in the mine. That'll be our next turn. And then we can start thinking about buildings, filling out buildings. Hopefully this town hall sticks around, but maybe not. Okay. So we get to place some sheep. Get to grab a mine. So surprisingly, red hasn't gone for mines. But that's fine. That's a 6-point swing in our favor if we get first place completion bonus over him. Just need to roll a 2. Be happy rolling a 3. We definitely want to roll a 3 because I want to pick up that tile which was just taken. Oh well. What else is interesting? We could still pick up this warehouse tile and then reserve a warehouse for this spot. Okay, we rolled our 3, which we can place a sheep. But maybe we just want to place down the mine to secure that completion bonus. And then with the 5, could place a building. I guess the watchtower's fine. I could buy a ship. There's no No double goods available for us though, unless we sell something. Okay. Since he picked up a mine, um, even though he has no workers, I think we'll just secure that now. And then with this 5, take a scoring tile to finish out this yellow region. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have ignored yellow altogether. Because that guy's only going to score 4, which is essentially the same as a watchtower. And considering how early I picked that up, probably not worth it. Um, this guy may score 8 if I place a warehouse right there, so that's kind of restrictive. Um, Not a guarantee. So I think right now we'd really like to grab this warehouse right now. Um, Yellow tile 1 is interesting if you grab it early, because then that can make these kind of scoring tiles very good. You only need to grab 1 or 2 of them, and then you can just spam those 1 or 2 buildings, since you can ignore the rule that there's only 1 allowed per region. Right, I think I lost a game pretty handily where someone picked up like a bank scoring tile, and then they just played a bank, and tons of banks showed up in the blank market, so they just used banks to buy more banks and keep playing more banks, and it just scored a ton of points for them. Yeah, and so it's a good pickup for blue. Not only will they finish out yellow for completion, but they can also buy a lot of buildings to. They can focus on these 4 buildings that score them points, and they have no restrictions on placement. 5-2. Might just take workers in place, I guess. Well, no, I want to pick up this warehouse. But that 5 is useless. Yeah. I mean, I could buy and place a ship, but it'll only get me a single good. I could buy and place a watchtower. I think I like that better. We can wait for a better goods buy. So we definitely want to pick up that warehouse. Ooh, let's undo that because we don't have storage space. So place watchtower first, then pick up the warehouse. But now we're in an awkward spot with no workers and full storage, which is not a great position to be heading into a new round, so you may not be able to grab the things you want to grab. So I think ideally I would want to roll a 1, because placing this warehouse also frees up some goods storage, which gives me more options for picking up a good multi-draw from a ship placement, whereas the sheep and the yellow tile are purely for points, so those can wait towards the end of the game. Um, yeah, so now's the point where I start to wonder, did I overextend myself? Because I still want to place 3 beige tiles. I want to place 3 animal tiles. And I want to place 1 yellow, 1 ship. So that's 6, 7, 8 more tiles I want to place. Plus potentially selling goods. And there's only 6 moves left, which is 12 dice. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to place 8 tiles with 12 dice. That's just not happening. So something's got to give. I might not finish animals if goats don't show up, but I think those are good scores if they do. Fortunately, I did roll a 1 that I needed. I will sell the 4s. And I think we got to take workers here. Do we want to buy anything from the center? No. I don't think ships going to be a priority, so that might be something I cut from my plans. I think highest priority is filling these last 2 buildings, placing the sheep, and then placing goats, because those are going to score me the most points. So that's another thing to think about. Difficulty with these large regions is you need very specific buildings, because there's only 8 building types. And I need 7 of them. So I need a market or a boarding house, or a carpenter shop. So those are the 3 types of buildings that can fit there. So a carpenter shop would be great, because then that could grab me the other building I need. So there's a boarding house. I have to get that boarding house. That is required. And there's some goats, and there's some goats. So I would love to pick up those goats. So would blue. I don't love that. So, since I have to pick up this boarding house, I think that's priority number 1. But I also want to buy these goats. I mean, that's tough. I mean, I don't. There's plenty of carpenters available. Yeah, I'll waste an action, but I think picking those goats up is more important. So we'll want to place sheep, place goats, pick up these goats, place a carpenter shop. So we have got eight dice left to make 3, 4, 5 placements. But we've got 6 workers, so it's doable. Hopefully we can pick up these goats as well, but if we don't, it's not the end of the world. It does lose us 8 points though if we don't pick those up. Alright, blue beats us to the beige completion bonus, but that's fine. It is a 6-point swing, but I think we'll be alright. We've got a massive amount of points coming in for completion of this 7 region, because I don't think we're going to be denied a carpenter building, even though we don't get to grab anything with that carpenter building. I mean, we can grab something, but it's just pure denial from someone else. Looks like red is going to complete yellow as well. So he'll get a good chunk of points from this tile. So he'll have 3 completion tiles, which will be 9 points. Let's see, he scores from markets, he scores from carpenters. So I wouldn't be surprised if he used this carpenter to grab another carpenter. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. And he scores a lot from goods. Okay, so 2, 3. Yeah, blue did take the last goat, so fine. We will place the sheep and I mean, I don't think we're going to be denied those carpenter tiles, so let's go for not being denied animal completion. Yeah. Let's see if we have time for a ship, because this spot is looking like a pretty good pickup. Even if I don't sell those goods, that's 4 points. Well, 3, because I can only pick up the 6 and the 3 stack. Okay, 6, 3, not bad. We can place these guys for no workers spent and then buy our carpenter tile. I think we do have time for ships, maybe. This turn we get rid of 2, we buy a carpenter, roll some perfect dice, we can place those 2 again, and then we've got one more turn. So don't think we have enough time to sell goods. But we can grab a good chunk of goods to get unsold points. But oh, this guy's looking good with yellow scoring. So every church, boarding house, bank, and watchtower. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 4 is 32. 32 in yellow points. That's pretty good. Oh, he grabs the big depot from us. It's alright. Double ones. That's fine. We can place that carpenter tile and grab a ship. Or is it better to sell goods, right? Selling 2 goods is worth 6 points, but unsold goods are 1 point each, I think. So it's really a 4-point move. So is it better to spend a die on 4 points versus grabbing a ship? It's 2 points if I place it, plus extra points for grabbing some goods. I think it's the same, isn't it? Maybe it's better to just hold off on that and wait, okay, so with the carpenter shop I can deny red something. He scores from carpenter and market. I mean, I guess I'll just deny the one that gives him points. Yeah. And then, do I sell? Do I grab a ship? I think I just sell. Ooh, boy. So, one more round left. We'll just place these cows, get our light green completion bonus. Right, completing this middle region was a huge chunk of points, which puts us a good amount in the lead. Although, what did I say before? Blue has 32 yellow points incoming. I've got 12, right? 8 plus 4. So they'll catch up by 20, but I think I have a large enough lead on them. Red, though, they're going to have a good chunk. I don't know how much this is going to score. Let's assume 12. That scores 9, so it's 21. Plus 11 is 32. Plus 8 is 40. Plus 8 is 48. So actually, red's got a lot of scoring. So that'll get him to 203, but I think that's not enough to catch up to us. So I think we've got this one. We rolled the 5 to place our cow. And then with the 3, I guess we just spend 3 workers to sell this 6, which is not great. We get minus 1 point from the worker, but plus 2 from selling the good. I guess it's the same as taking workers. Then, yeah, just sell. And final scoring. We take it 233 to 216. So yeah, surprisingly a lot of big scoring from yellow tiles there. 12 points from 2 tiles, and I didn't complete that region until the end of the game, so I don't know if going yellow tiles was great for me, but I'm not sure what else I would have done instead. I probably would have just grabbed more ships, which got me more goods. Um, I definitely wasn't catching up to red in turn order, so I don't know if I would have getting more ships would have scored me 12 points. So yeah, I guess it was worth it. Yeah, there you have it. Castles of Burgundy. Alright, next up we have Lost Ruins of Arnak. Looks like we're in first seat. Not my favorite seat to be in. Let's see, we'll just start with an arrow site because it seems like there's a lot of good items available on display, or decently good items. Lantern is quite good. Automobile's pretty good. Hat's good. So there's a lot of items that I think are worth getting. And usually that's what I want to try to do in first seed is kind of focus a bit more on deck building. Um, Interesting. But this is an unusual case where my opponents let me get both the arrow and the gem site, which gives me what I need to grab an assistant in the first round. Which is not usually going to be available to you when you're first seat, which is why I usually try to focus on deck building, because usually someone else will grab one of these two sites, and so it's not so easy to grab both an arrow and a jewel to be able to go up both sides of the research track and grab an assistant. Um, so how you start the game really is pretty dependent on which seat you're in. I kind of talking about first player, it's not the greatest seat. Second player, I think, is usually considered the strongest because you do start with a compass. And so if you have two compasses in your starting hand, that gives you an easy explore. And if you explore, you go first in the second round, which gives you the ability to hit that site. Right? It's not so important now in this particular situation because third player went ahead and explored. Let's see. So I'm just gonna go ahead and move up the left side. I'll move up left side first with my magnifying glass because it gives me more flexibility for where I want to move up on the second level. And then I'll just move up the right side with my book. So less flexibility, but since the magnifying glass has to go first, it's better to have more flexibility on that. Still have 3 coins and still plenty of good item buy options on the table. So I think when you have multiple good options, I would be happy with lantern, hat, automobile. I think any of those would be a fine option. Tent pretty good as well. I think it's just better to wait and see if anyone flips anything better, like perhaps a dog or an airplane. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and take this assistant. Right. So this is a great assistant because it gives you an efficient way to use your fear. Um, Not this first round because I've already used both of my fear. Um, but in future rounds I'll be able to make use of that. So now that we're coming down to it, uh, and since only one person has explored, in order to be able to hit a level 1 site next round, I think I'm going to go with the automobile to get me the compasses to be able to do that. I could do it with lantern as well, right? And use that to hit 2 compasses. Um, but automobile just has a slight advantage because it's worth 1 more point and it's an instant effect, so it has that going for it in the future. And then I'll use this guy to just grab an arrow, and that's it for the rest of my round. I can't do anything with a single arrow. Lantern is great because it gives you flexibility for any resource you want. So throughout the game, you know, I do think this game is very tactical, and so having flexibility is certainly very valuable. So cards like Lantern are pretty good in that respect. And Dog, right? Dog one-ups it by also giving you a compass on top of, your choice of tent site. All right, moving on to next round. Get our automobile, 2 fears, so um, we can use our assistant to figure out what we're doing with one of the fears. Um, I guess we'll use funding to explore, unless for some reason no one takes this site. This would be a pretty nice pickup to head to this site. This would give us something to use our other boot on, but yeah. Green takes it, which is what they should be doing. So we'll probably use these 2 for 3 compasses and then explore. Uh, what we want is a tablet so we can move up and grab this bonus compass. So actually hmm, maybe I hit a compass tent site first. Um, hmm. Or do I want to upgrade arrow to a gem? I've got a lot of options here. I mean, we're going to need a lot of compasses or tablets going up this side of the research track. But if I flip a guardian that needs a boot, that's going to be a little awkward. So maybe I want to do that first. See what we get for a flip. We're short on coins, so I think we'll go for the coin site. All right, that's unfortunate that we need a car to kill this guardian. Where are we gonna get a car? I mean, we could get a coin and then spend 2 coins from the idle bonus. That's not exactly what you want to be doing. Could draw, but that's a 50-50 chance. Oh, that would solve the problem right there if we get that assistant. So let's advance both our book and magnifying glass up that side by hitting this tablet site. And hopefully we can get that assistant. So I move my magnifying glass here, book up here. We already have 2 tablets, 2 arrows to do that. We can grab this lady. That gives us the car, and then this assistant gives us the arrow we're looking for. Blue beats us for the compass bonus, unfortunately. So that was why you might want to consider, why I was considering going for the tablets first, so I could get up there quicker. So sometimes that's the trade-off in this game. It's like, do you want to reveal that hidden information first of what resources you need for the round, or do you want to win the race um, towards either exploring the site you want or getting up the research track and getting these bonuses? I do like this compass lady better, but this assistant gives us what we need right now. So these are pretty nice flips for green. I think these are my 2 favorite assistants. Right, the prospector just gives you 1 more resource than anyone else. Um, let's see, and then we can get an arrow and kill this guardian without spending our idle. And so now we have a lot of flexibility for future turns, since we have an idle that we haven't spent yet. There's nothing really that I want to spend my idle on right now. I don't think spending an idle for coin and compass just so that I can buy an item is worth it. I think it's better to hold off on that. So I think we're just gonna pass. Hot air balloon might be a worthwhile pickup though. Hmm. But someone else is probably gonna buy it. Jeez. Coconut flax is not bad either. Maybe I do want a deck build. Maybe I don't. This is tough. Okay, let's do it. Let's deck build. So some of the considerations of deciding whether or not you want to deck build. So, an argument for leaving my deck a bit thin is that I've got this assistant, which is going to give me effective uses for these fears. So if I cycle through fears a lot, I'm not too concerned because I have a use for them. Um, but hot air balloon is something that exiles itself, so it's not really um, clogging up my deck that much because I'm going to use it once and then it'll be gone. Now, do I want to save my compasses or pick up this coconut flask? Because technically that is a positive resource. Why not? Let's go all in. Yeah, because if we use that for the assistant, that gets us 4 coins. Spending 3 compasses to get 4 coins is a positive 1 resource. Pretty good items flipping. Chronometer or backpack? So I think when you're going the deck building route, a card that's gonna help you draw more cards is pretty good. So I think I'll go for the backpack. I do also like Chronometer, but I think I like it more as a round one pickup. Um, because the pass option to get 3 resources is pretty powerful. But if you pick it up later, you're not going to see it quite as much. How do I get this chronometer to disappear? Let's reload. Um, so someone left this guy unattended. Do I want to visit that? I think so. Yeah, let's do that. Do I have to use compass to get there? Which is fine. It's the same as using this assistant, I guess. Um, Maybe we buy fishing rod and then draw it with backpack. It's interesting. Just go wild with the deck building. Could be fun. We do have to think about how we're going to get an airplane, though. Could use a hot air balloon and just save it for later. See if we can get a level 2 Explorer next time it comes around, probably in round 5. Hmm. Hmm. Let's get the fishing rod just because it seems fun. I don't know if that's a good move or not, but we'll see. Hey man, that's a good flip for fishing rod. Now we can play backpack, get the fishing rod, get the steamboat for 3. That's 3 points. And I think it's going to stick around because these guys don't have many coins. Um, but this is all kind of getting me a bit sidetracked from the research track. So we'll see if that works out for me. Hmm. And then we have the issue of if I'm clogging up my deck with all these items, if I plan to use the hot air balloon for its airplane symbol, there is a risk that I don't draw it again by the end of the game. Which wouldn't be the end of the world. 2 coins for 1 point is not the worst thing. Generally, you do want to get 1 point for 1 coin spent. Um, so it is kind of a waste of 1 resource. But, so is spending 2 coins on an airplane. Yeah, let's grab this steamboat before someone else thinks of grabbing it. Green's sitting on 2 coins there. Ostrich, sea turtle, I don't particularly like those cards too much. Maybe if there was nothing else to draw with my fishing rod, it could be an okay pickup. But, 3 coins for 1 point is not a good point conversion, and then its ability itself is a little limiting. Maybe it'd be better if the travel symbol was an airplane, But, you know, if you're limiting yourself to using it on only half the sites, that can be challenging. All right, so how are we going to advance up the track here? I think I need tablets to get up this way, so I'll probably just hot air balloon to this guy. If we have to spend 2 coins on an airplane for this Guardian, so be it. Well, that gives us an airplane. So that could solve that issue. But we need one more tablet. So we'll probably have to spend the idle on that. But we're not advancing up the research track. Gold band's good. 1 coin for 1 point. Sure. So we're doing good on taking a lead for Guardian points, because we'll have 3 by the end of the round. Only problem is being stuck near the bottom of the research track. But these are the kind of choices that you have to make in this game, is you can't do everything. So the different directions you could take your game, you could rush your magnifying glass up to the top of the research track. Obviously, that getting to the very top is a good swing of points. Let's take out that guy with the airplane we got from the other Guardian. So that's one way you could go. On the bird temple specifically, you could try rushing your book up to level 4, right? So on the bird temple, you get all the assistance from your book in the first 4 levels. So, you know, that's just constant resource generation, right? Getting 2 assistants, generating 2 resources each is really good economic value. So that's a strategy you could take to get a lot of resources. Oh, and then, you know, rushing your magnifying glass to the top too is also decent on resources, because typically you'll pick up all these bonuses for the first person to visit each of these levels. And then you've got deck building, which is what I'm kind of leaning into this game, which is kind of relying a lot on picking up a lot of points from building out your deck. It also generates you a lot of resources just because those items you're picking up tend to give you more resources than the cards in your starting deck. So we are a tablet short of researching, so I think that is it for this round. But we've got a good bank of resources. We can make some research track jumps next round. All right, so what do we want to do? We definitely need tablets. So I think I'll go here because I want tablets. I can make use of that travel symbol. And with my deck being filled up with items, card draw typically becomes a little bit more valuable than a resource, as shown by the fact that I drew Steamboat. And actually, I should have known that I was going to draw that because I bought it last round. right? Um, so this site, I mean, you can think of it as two compasses, a coin, and a tablet, which is four resources, which is better than the typical three resources that you get from these level 1 sites. And now I have enough compasses to do a level 2 explore if I wanted to, which I might. I would need another tablet if I want to use this coconut flask. Hmm. Coconut flask can generate a lot of resources if I just keep tapping Prospector with it. But do I really need all those coins? Plus, where am I getting the travel symbols? Right. I could just use, probably use, it's hard to pass up on three resources generated by the coconut flask, but yeah, this is tough. Do I just go there, get another gem, then I can start shooting my looking glass up? Yeah, I think I'll do that. Yeah, let's use this free boat while we got it. Um, so I think there will be plenty of level 2 sites left to explore for the last round, and we'll save that for the last round. It's good to do an explore on the last round because of this book, getting your book to the top gives you a free guardian defeat, so you want to think about how are you going to make use of that. And given that none of those sites are explored now, blue does have enough compasses, they might explore one of them, but there will be three remaining. So I'll definitely have one available to me next round if I just bank up my compasses to be able to do that. So I think we'll just start moving up the track now. Oh, I didn't think about the fact too that my cat is typing something. Luna, stop typing. All right. What was I thinking? Okay, I'm a little short on compasses right now, or arrows. So we'll probably go up this middle slot. We have yeah, we'll do that. We'll get an arrow first so we can upgrade the arrow to a gem. And then we've got gem, gem, gem. You know, our magnifying glass will just march right up. Right, so get an arrow, upgrade it, move up, move up. We've got resources to do all of that. We'll see what we draw. Um, so yeah, this guy's generating a lot of value. I'm getting fear basically every round to use that on. So he's generating great value, turning that fear into two resources when they otherwise might be useless sometimes, depending on how your draws are turning out. And And we're loaded up on compasses, so I think we are sitting nice to explore in the next round. Um, Ideally, I would be able to get this assistant upgraded so I can just use them for the travel symbols. But it's not clear to me where I'm going to get the tablets and arrows to do that at this moment. Um, all right, let's just keep marching on up. And let's see what this card draw gets us, if it's anything worthwhile. If it ends up being a fear, then it might not be bad to coconut flask onto the draw discard guy, just so that I actually have something to do with that fear. Or maybe grab the ceremonial rattle so that I can use this guy again. That's not a bad option either. So that gets me the arrow for this advance. Still be looking where 2 tablets will come from. So let's move up this way. Gold pan. Ooh, if only we had a way to retrieve an explorer. Gold pan is nice for the double travel symbol too. So that's another good reason to pick up an item like this. I could just grab rattle anyways. What to do? I don't know, man. This is tough. Tough. So I could upgrade. That gets me an arrow, but I'm still short 2 tablets. Don't want more coins. Ugh. Okay, let's grab this guy and hope that we flip someone that gives us some tablets, which that does. So hopefully no one else can scrounge together compasses to take that. Stone Key is an excellent card. So we can buy that, reuse an idol to get 2 tablets. Then we can research and then flip this guy so that we have automobile symbols for next round. And I think I don't mind discarding the funding for this assistant. Um, because I've got way more coins than I need if I end up using this gold pan and the coconut flask. Do I want to try rushing to the top though? Because I can get there on this move. Then I just need a gem. So maybe that's better than flipping my assistant. I think it is. Yeah, let's get that. go here, exile a fear. So that's a point we get that blue doesn't. And then we can gold pan, and then use the idol to get a gem. And voila, we're at the top. All right, so first to the top, we definitely need tablets more than we need coins. Do we... Do we still want to use the coconut flask on the prospector? Do I really need 4 coins? I mean, I'll need 3 coins if I take this route with the book. Hmm. And I did just spend a lot of compasses to rush up the top of the track. Oh boy. Alright, we'll just do this so we don't have to worry about coins at all in the future. I don't know if that's worth it. We'll see. I don't think I want to buy Stone Jar with Automobile. I think I want to save my compasses and hope to do a level of 2 explore next round. I'll probably save my coins because these are not an efficient conversion of coins into points. So I think we're done. Yeah. So it may look like we have a long ways to go with our journal book to get to the top, but you can usually make a lot of progress in the last round. So I'm not too worried. Rough map is pretty nice. Now Donkey, Theodolite, not worthwhile pickups in the last round. Except I'm about to draw into backpack and fishing rod, so Donkey actually might not be a bad pickup for me. If I pick it up with fishing rod and then draw it with backpack, so then I can draw 2 more cards and I'll draw 2 of these guys, which are all, most of them are pretty good cards I'd be happy to see. Alright. Alright, there you go. This guy's making use of fear every single round. So yeah, I think I'll go fishing rod, pick up the donkey, draw it with the backpack. But where do I get the compasses to explore? Ideally, if I can get my book to here while I still have an archaeologist left, that would solve that problem. And then flipping, obviously on the way there, I'll flip this guy, which will give me the travel symbols I need. Hmm, tough. Let's go fishing and see what we draw. Well, I mean, this is just a more efficient way of getting donkey. That saves me a coin. I don't think anyone else is going to buy donkey. It doesn't make sense for anyone else in the last round to spend 4 coins on 1 point. So, I mean, it is risky if someone takes it and then something terrible flips, but I think I'll be alright. Alright, so with this guy, I'm sitting on 3 compasses. If I use that, that's 4 compasses. So I just need to draw 2 more compasses. So if I could draw either automobile or steamboat, that gives me enough compasses to explore. But I still have to figure out where I get the resources for this. Right, so I've got an arrow with this assistant. I would just need to tablets. So I need to figure out where to get 2 tablets. And these sites would give me 1. Exploring a tent site is an option, but I don't love that, but I might have to do it. But let's just continue down this slow path of picking up donkey. Let's see, so what are my odds of drawing steamboat or automobile, right? So that's 2 cards out of 9, 22% chance to draw it on the first draw. If I don't draw it, then it becomes a 2 out of 8. So I've got a 22% chance initially, which means in the 78% chance that I don't draw it on the first draw, then I've got a 25% chance after that. So 25% of 78 is about 20. So 20% of the time that I don't draw it, I'll get it on the second draw. So 22 plus 20. So I've got about a 40% chance to draw. I might pick up pickaxe first. That's a good way to spend my extra coins. I've got way more coins than I need. So 1 coin for 1 point is a good conversion. No one's going to be stealing these level 2 sites, which is my goal, to try to hit one of those. So I'm in no rush. My book's not competing for any bonuses on the research track, so I've got all the time in the world right now. Maybe pick up grappling hook too. But maybe I do start getting short on coins if I spend money on the grappling hook. I'm not sure. Because if I do go all the way up this route with the book, that's 3 coins I need. I don't know if I'm going to use this funding for something else. So, and that could be risky. I might just spend that funding to go to this tent site because I desperately want those tablets. So let's just pack donkey first, see what we draw. Stone key, pretty good. Okay, so stone key gets me 1 tablet if I can get a tablet to activate it first. So I'm probably go to this site. Right, I'll go to that site, then use the tablet to activate Stone Key to get 2 tablets. That gets me the flip for this assistant, but I'm still short on 2 compasses to be able to explore. Oh, that's tough. So maybe I just hit this site, I guess. It's not ideal, but that gives me a guardian. Goodbye airplane. Wait, no, I can't. I can't draw it, so that does me no good. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have enough compasses to level 2 explore, so we're just gonna spend our fear so we can exile it and go here with the funding. Oh, I need a boat. Wait. Hold up. Yeah. No, I need compasses. That's what it was yelling at me for. And exile fear. Alright, so we can kill this guardian. Wait, no. We want to try to get our book to the top. That's what we ideally want to do. So let's try to get to the top first. Um, I go here. Gosh. I don't know if I can get to the top. That's the tough part. Like, I know I need a lot more tablets, so let's just do that now. Do I want an arrow? I think so. Yeah. So we activate him to get an arrow. We can move up this side. Then we can flip them. But then we don't have a tablet to activate the rattle. Do I really need the rattle though? It's only 1 resources, right? So I'm spending a tablet to unflip a assistant, which gets me 2 resources. So spend 1 resource, gain 2 resource. And tablets are the resource I'm really short on right now, so I don't think I really want to spend it. I think I'd rather be chucking coins into the resource track because that's the resource that I have excess of right now. So I'll probably just use this rattle for its airplane symbol to travel somewhere. Which might be here. So I could move there. Right, so I have enough resources to get 2 steps, which unflips this assistant and gets me 3 compasses. And then I can use the free artifact. So hopefully an artifact shows up that I can use to get to the top level. If it doesn't, then Ornate Hammer to pick up airplane is not a bad option. It doesn't get me any resources, but it scores 5 points, which is pretty good. Guardian's Ocarina is pretty good as well. But I am short on travel symbols of any kind at the moment. So it may or may not be useful. Let's go here. All right, now we're up to 4 compasses. That gets us to 5, 6. No, but then we don't have travel symbols. So I think we go here. Ooh, tablets. Okay, if I get a gem, yeah, I want to get a gem. Wait, did he not? No, green took his guy off. Maybe I go here then. What does that get me though? Can I defeat that guardian? Arrow, tablet, but then I'm short of tablet. I could buy sundial to then go up here. But then how do I get the next step? I'm short an arrow. I don't know if I can do it. Oh, let's go here. Oh, I don't know if that's right. Okay, if I go here, I've got a tablet. I just need an arrow. So I could grab hunting arrows. Hunting arrows gets me to the top. And it gets me an arrow to get a bronze tile, and I then just need a gem to get a silver tile. Got a lot of compasses to spend for anything that may show up that would help me there. So technically hunting arrows is a 0-point pickup, but it allows me to advance to the top of the track. Right, so I mean getting to the top of the track, if making this step is a 7-point move because it gets 2 points for the book, 5 points for killing a guardian. Whereas if I were to take, say, Ornate Hammer to then pick up Airplane, that's just 5 points by itself, but then I'm left without the resources to move any more up the track. So, but compared to my opponents, I think I'm looking pretty good for this game because first off, blue has no guardians. He hasn't made it to the top. Green also hasn't made it to the top. So I know I've got a ton of item points in my deck. I've made it to the top of the track first. I'm making it to the top with my book first. Looks like I'm going to match green on Guardians. So I think we just move up here, get the Guardian kill, and then see what we can do with our last couple of compasses. So generally compasses are better resource than coins because they are a lot more flexible. They allow you to particularly at the end of the game when there's a lot of artifacts on display, buy artifacts which give you a lot of options for what you can draw or convert into resources. Let's see, so I could exchange somebody to get me a couple of resources. I could get a gem. It's probably worth it. So I don't have use for travel symbols, so might as well spend her. Spend that. Let's exchange for this guy to get a compass back. And we can convert an arrow to a gem, which gives us a little bit more flexibility for that. And then star charts gets will be just short of getting me a gold tile. I could spend 2. That'll get me a silver tile. But then I have nothing left to spend compasses on. So we could do this for 2 points. Gets me. Okay, I think that's better than going for the ornate hammer, so. If we just go tablets. And that gives us for silver, and then no, we have tablets. We can do. I mean, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, whatever. I think we're a coin short here. Yeah. Let's do a silver tile, and then this guy is a point. And that'll be it. And we just pass. Right, final score. Right, so topped out the research track. Got a silver tile. Not great on the idle score. Didn't get to do a level 2 explore like we wanted to, but still alright. And then look at that, 23 from items is huge. But we did accumulate a good amount of fear. So, I mean, pretty decisive victory there. So these scores of 90 plus are kind of what happens when you're able to execute multiple aspects of the game over your opponent. So yeah, my opponents were a bit weaker based on looking at their ELO. So I leaned into a deck building strategy, which I know I'm relying on getting a lot of points from cards here. 23 from cards, 12 for items, a lot for artifacts. But kind of unexpectedly, when I don't you don't encounter them fighting you for the other aspects of the game, like rushing up the research track, right? So in addition to the deck building, I also got to the top of the temple first. Um, that's just conceding a lot of bonus resources by those being the first on each step. It's extra resources, which then I can convert into, you know, buying more artifacts, killing more guardians, and it kind of just snowballs from there. So um, it's definitely a game where you need to be contesting things. Uh, Otherwise, you end up into these situations where someone kind of blows you out in all of the different ways that you can score points. So, Lost Ruins of Arnak. Yeah, I'm probably going to be playing this one. I like it a lot. So yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Heat. I think this is probably my favorite game to be playing with really high player counts, like 5, 6 players. I think it just plays really well um, with a high player count. All right, so going into drafting phase, let's see what looks interesting. I think I like gas pedal 3, cooling system with a cooldown, and body 1. Um, does the map influence my decision? I don't think so. I think we just go with gas pedal 3. It's just an extra free 3 spots of movement on the straightaways. Um, so I think that's what I kind of look for in initial card selection is like what's going to give you a big boost through the straightaways. Um, those are usually at the top of my priority list in the draft. But I don't think you want to stack all 3 of your upgrades um, with that line of thought. I think you also need to balance out some that are going to give you utility through the corners as well. Right, and so the 3 cards I pointed out are the first 3 taken. I think that's no surprise, right? High number cards also going to help you move through those straightaways quicker. I like the cooling system a little bit better than the body because when you're in high gear, uh, taking those big moves, having the flexibility to get some heat out of your hand is very good. What we got next here? Tires 1 or these 4-wheel drives, I think are interesting. Maybe cooling system 3. But let's see. I don't know. In France, there's these kind of mid-range sections, so I don't think you're going to be stuck in high gear for a ton of the race, right? Between here and here, between here and here, and leading up to all of these corners, you're going to be downshifting. So there might be plenty of opportunities to cool down, so maybe cooling system isn't as good. Maybe I just want to stick to one of these 4-wheel drives with the accelerate, right? The accelerate could be real good if you end up getting the plus 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 card, and that could be huge in these big long straights. Um, yeah, so the other cards I was interested in got taken anyways. Right, tires I think are great cards for helping you get through these straights or corners. I mean, it's just an extra free 1 movement past these otherwise slow corners, which also could make the difference in being able to draft someone or not. Ooh, yeah, the plus 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 4-wheel drive would be amazing considering we picked up accelerate, but yeah, that doesn't come to us. What else looks good? Um, our wings? Would wings help us cross multiple corners? I don't think so. Um, Gosh, these tires do a lot, but they're risky. Yeah, but I don't think I need more speed cards. I need stuff that's going to help me through corners, so I think I'll go with these tires. I don't love boosting through corners though, that's so risky. But the speed limit adjust helps with that. And when combined with accelerate, it has some utility to go through straights as well, so. And the extra cooldown, I mean, can help if I'm running into heat problems. So, I don't know, maybe it'll work out. Blue's looking great though. Blue picked up four-wheel drive with accelerate. That's going to be a huge for those early corners. All right, so how far away? 14? Yeah, let's try to get as far as we can. I think. Because we want to get within range to be able to cross that corner next round, so. Let's just spend the heat. Let's see, and black, we're in second last. No, so we gotta boost one, so we can get to the front of the pack, although I don't think that's super important early in the game. I don't know. Heat isn't my best game. My elo's alright. Um, I did participate in a heat tournament at my local board game shop, but it was only 5, 6 people showed up. I think it was 5. Came in second place. Which is okay, I guess. Okay. I always wonder if it's better to spend your heat early on or conserve it, right? Because if you don't spend your heat, it doesn't get cycled back in your deck, so the cooldowns that you encounter later on might not do anything. That's not a good flip. So I guess we need to use our gas pedal, which is fine. We're not going to need it through the next few corners, so we'll probably cycle through our deck by the time we need it again on this long straight. Couple of slow corners coming up, so I think keeping the 1 is fine. Oh, it's also good to be keeping track of what's in your discard, right? So I know I spent a 4 and a 3, and I flipped a 1, I think. So there's a 4, 3, 1 on my discard, so I know there's no more 3s to flip for the stresses. So there's a 1 and a 2 and 2 4s. So I don't like those odds of relying on the possibility of flipping it either a 1 or a 4, so I'm not going to use my stress cards right now. I'll spend a 3 and a 2, so that gives me more options um, for what I do next round, right? Because that'll leave a 1, 2, 3 in my hand for next round. Which gives me more flexibility. Red going aggressive, spending 3 heat to get right up to the front. So it looks like I should be able to slipstream quite easily. Let's not spend the heat, right? Because yellow's a legend, so yeah, and we'll keep our options open for next round. Yeah, okay, we just reshuffled our deck. Or we're about to reshuffle our deck, so who knows what we could draw with stress. So now we've got a lot of people we could be slipstreaming off of. Five. So let's do we want to go 3? Do we want to go 4? I think going 4. I think going 3 is fine as well. Yeah, let's do that. Still too much variance in my deck with the deck flipping for the stress. It could be a 1, 2, 3, or 4, so I don't want to do that just yet. So these game's moving a little bit too fast for me to keep track of like exactly what's in my discard, but that's something when the game's moving a bit slower, like what I find myself doing for a lot of the game is just going over in my head again. It's like, okay, I've got 2 4s, a 3, and 2 2s in my discard. What does that mean for what I could be flipping for a stress? And maybe that's why this is not my favorite game to play competitively, because I don't want to be spending my whole time just like going through a memory exercise. But I think that's what you need to do if you really want to be competitive is just like knowing exactly what the odds are for what the stress is going to get you, um, so that you can find the perfect time to use those stress cards. Because I think that's what really loses you the game is hitting a stress card and then hitting the worst number. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, let's cross. And we've got, what have we got in our discard? Nothing in our discard. Yeah, it all got reshuffled, so. Okay, we can keep track of what's in our discard from here on. We've got a 1 and a 4. Maybe I shouldn't have spent that heat. Oh well. Yeah, green's getting pretty aggressive as well. Yeah, if I didn't spend that heat, I'd be alongside green right now, and they wouldn't be able to slipstream me next move. I think we're fine with our cards. I think. Hmm. So we've got a 1 and a 4 in our discard and a 3 in our hand, so we've got a pretty even distribution. So it's not a great time to be using our stress cards, but we don't have a whole lot of other options, so I think I will use my stress anyways. If we draw something low, we can hit it with the gas pedal. And if we hit something high, we can just sit on it. So here comes roll the dice. So you've got right now in our draw deck, 3 2s, 2 1s, 2 3s, 2 4s. So could draw anything from these two stresses. Maybe it would have been better to do 4-wheel drive? Is the accelerate optional? I'm not sure. Okay, we draw 2 2s. Can cool down. Do we boost or just gas pedal? I'd like to get a little bit closer than the gas pedal will get us, so okay. Got a 1 out of the way, I guess. And gas pedal. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 2 2s. We did a 4 and a 1 before. So I think what did we scrap? We flipped a 1, we spent a 1, we scrapped a 1, so there are no more 1s. We scrapped a 3 and we have 2 3s, so there are no more 3s. So I think the last 2 cards are a 1 and a 4. Hmm. So given that I know that my last 2 cards are a 1 and a 4, maybe I do the tires and the stress, and I know I'll move 5. And since the tires increase the speed limit, it'll only cost me 1 heat. And I have the potential of slipstreaming blue, although with 0 heat, I don't know if they're going to try and move 4. They would have to move 4 or 5 for me to slipstream them, but they may not want to. But if I don't use 2 stress, then I could flip either a 1 or a 4, and flipping a 1 would be good if I did a stress and a 3, but flipping a 4 would be disastrous, so we're going to go with that. So they're going to spin out. So that's the risk you take when you hold on to your stress like that and you don't know what might possibly flip. So hopefully my tracking is accurate, and I'm going to go 5 here. Ooh, so I didn't have a 1, but I did draw 1 anyways. That could have been real bad. But it worked out for us. Yeah, I think 3s and 4s. No, maybe I discard a 3. No, I want to hold on to 3s with the big straight coming up. All I need is a 2 or a 1. Yeah, there's the 1. So that I can cross this corner next round. Right, so I think blue's race is probably ruined. It's hard to recover from a spin out. And it looks like the legends aren't quite keeping up. I don't play a whole lot of Heat on BGA, I think, so I'm not sure what a good difficulty setting for the legends is. Let's see, I've got the same amount of heat as green. Red is down to 1 heat, so looks pretty decent, but I think it still could be anyone's game, except for blue, because they're a corner behind, and that'll be hard to recover from. So we'll go 5 to make sure we cross this corner. Right, because green, if green goes 5, no, if green goes 4 and we go 4, we wouldn't be able to slipstream them. And that would cause them to be a corner ahead of us, right? We'd be stuck going 4 on the next move, whereas they could just go zoom in down the straight. So actually, yeah, now it's looking like it's between me and green because there's no way red is going to pass the next corner either. Oh boy, I forgot to think about what's in my discard. I know there's a 4 and a 1. There's my special stress card. There's another stress card. Don't want to move any faster than that. And we'll slipstream. And we'll hold on to these cards. So I know. So I just spent a 4 and a 1 on this move. I know there's a 4 and a 1 on the previous move. Well, actually, I don't even have a lot of stress cards to spend, so I don't know why. I don't need to be tracking my cards through this cycle. I'll reshuffle my deck before I get to the point where I need to use stress. Do I want to shift to 4th gear, though? I don't know. Let's see, I've got 22 spaces to go. If I do triple 3 and then gas pedal, that'll get me 12. That's not enough. But what am I going to use as the last card from 4th gear? 4-wheel drive? Could flip a... Most likely, I think it'll flip a 2. Because I think I have a 1, a 4, and 2, 2, so it'll probably be slow. So spending a heat to move 1 or 2, I don't think is worth it, so I'll just spend my 3s here. Accelerate. You may increase your speed by 1. Blah, blah, blah. If you do, increase for all plus symbols. Okay, so the accelerate is optional. It's not something I was exactly tracking. See, I don't want to boost. Probably do want a gas pedal. Scraps a 2 and a 4. Pass. So I think I've still got a 1 and a 2 in my deck. So I think I do want to discard this 2. 1, because I know I'm going to be drawing another 2, and 2, because I want to cycle to find some higher cards. Okay. Alright. So by spending my gas pedal, he would have been able to slipstream me if I hadn't spent my gas pedal. So I did force him to spend a heat on a boost. Unfortunately, he drew a 4, which is good not only because it makes it so he doesn't slipstream me this move, but also it burns a 4 out of his deck, and it forced him to burn a heat. Great. If I didn't use my gas pedal, he probably wouldn't have boosted, and then he would have just slipstreamed me for 2. He would have been 2 spaces less further, but he also would have saved 1 heat, which, with both of us being so low on heat, I think heat is a bit more valuable than 2 spots at this point. Alright, so we did reshuffle our deck, so we've got a fresh set of cards. We know we're not going to draw a 1 or a 2. Well, we know the odds are lower for drawing 1 or 2. I think now is the time for 4-wheel drive to shine. If we draw 3 4s, that's going to be really unfortunate. But probably not the end of the world. I mean, we'll spin out, end up in first gear. Which is not that much worse than where we'd end up anyways, I think. I don't know. Ooh. So, if the accelerate wasn't optional, I probably wouldn't do this, but since it is, I think that gives us a lot of options. Right, so now we have the option to not use it, so we'll go with that. And what's going to be in our discard? 2 4s and a 1. We'll pass. We'll probably discard the 1. No. Yes? No. We'll hold on to it. Alright, so what did I say that is in our discard? 2 4s and a 1. 4 4 1. Got a 4 in our hand. We've got a 1 in our hand. Alright, so we know we're not going to draw a 4. I think we want to use our tires here so that we can get 2 heat of our hand with a second gear move. And I think we do a 3. Because we know we can't draw a 4. So we're not going to hit 7. I think hitting 6 is fine. Yeah. We'll do that. I think hitting a 6 is fine. This actually might be a good thing so that green can't slipstream us. So the problem is if I play it safe and do 2, then I might not move far enough, right? Yeah, see if I did 2, I would have ended up at 4. Um, just wasting movement spots. Actually, 6 would have been fine because the tires increased the speed limit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to make the next cross. So maybe, yeah, I'll hold on to these cards. Oh man. See if I've got 2 1s, 2 4s, a 2 and a 3. So I know there's no 1s left, no 4s left. There's a 2 and a 3 left in my draw pile. 2 and a 3. So maybe I get rid of this stress now. Because I want to move at least 5. Oh boy. So knowing that there's a 2 and a 3 left, if I play 3 and a stress, I'll move either 5 or 6. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, let's do that. So 4 would be disastrous, but I'm pretty sure there's no 1s left. 7 would be disastrous as well. That would end up in a spin out, but a 5 or 6 I think is the sweet spot, and I think that's what we're going to draw. Oh boy. Green is zooming through that corner with tires and wings. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch them. Flip. Oh, we did have a 1. That's the danger of miscounting. Oh my gosh. Alright, so not winning this one. If we spend 1 heat, I think we're screwed. So we already moved 4. No, we can't afford it. Oh, that's really bad. Well, there's the 2 and the 3. Oh, I thought it was out of 1s. It was really bad. Oh man, is Red gonna get ahead of me too? No, they're not. They don't have enough heat. Okay. Oh. And that's why I don't play competitive heat. Losing track of my cards. So, seems like green has this. I will... Well, I've got a good chunk of heat. How do I stay ahead of red? That's the question. Red can move up to 4, so if I go 5, I'll stay ahead of them. So what I don't want is red to slipstream me, so I think it's good to overspend here. because I'm not going to have the opportunity to slipstream. So it's just pretty much going to be a battle of who has more heat, which is me. And I'll save my cards. Hopefully I can draw another one. Nope. Yeah. So having the fours going into... Wait, where's the finish line? Oh, finish line's over here, so I got time to catch up, I think. For some reason I was thinking of a different track where the finish line's over here somewhere. Okay, I could still catch green maybe. We'll just go 5 next round, shove this heat back in our engine. Okay, brand new deck. So we know there's no 4s that our stress can flip. Just gonna move 5. Spend a heat, cool down a heat. And maybe if green doesn't get into crossing distance of the next corner, we could catch up. Oh, it looks like they will. They're going right up to it. Close at least. Right, move 5, cool down, pass, pass. Hold on to these cards. Alright, so what did I say? So we've got a 4 and a 1 on our discard, so we know we're not going to draw a 4. We could draw most likely 3s are what we have. Trying to debate, is 4-wheel drive what I want to do right now. See, I'm 9 spots away. I could just spend my 2 4s. But am I going to cycle through my deck in time for the straightaway? I mean, if I spend my gas pedal, probably. Maybe I just do this. I know there's no 4s. No, drawing 2 1s would be bad. If I drew 2 1s, I go to 2, and then I could accelerate to 4. And I could gas pedal to 7, so it's not the end of the world. Do I throw tires on top? No, I think I want to save tires to get some speed limit value. Yeah, let's throw the 2 in there as well, because I know I'm not going to draw a 4. Okay. That burns a good chunk of heat from green. But they still have enough heat to cross the next corner, so I don't think it matters. Hopefully they don't have the right cards. It's my only hope. Ooh, there's a 1, there's a 2. And boom, we only move 5. Do I save the gas pedal? Do I do the 4-wheel drive? I think I use the gas pedal because I want to be able to cycle through my deck before I get to the straights. And I don't have enough heat to cross, so I'll pass on the accelerate. Alright, I scrapped a 1, 2, 3. And I spent 2, 2, 1. Scrapped 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. Okay, I'm pretty sure if I use these tires, the last card's a 3. Maybe there's a 1 in there too, I'm not sure. In any case, I think I'm going second gear using tires plus a 3. And then hopefully I can slipstream off of red. I don't know, I've totally lost track. We'll just see what happens here. Pretty sure it's a 3. I'll go 6. I think. Might be a 1, but that would be fine too. Actually, a 1 might be better. Because I don't know if red's really going to overshoot this. Yeah, no way we're catching up to green. Once they get a whole corner ahead, it's hard to catch up. Alright, red goes 4. Yep, it is 3. Alright. Pass, spend 2 heat. Hold on to these 4s before we go into the straights. Gas pedal is what we want to see. I think we should be able to stay ahead of red. But I don't want to be in first gear going into the last straight. Oh man. Flipping a 4 could be bad. Flipping a 4 and a 3. Could I live through that? Yes, I will cool down. So worst case scenario, I could still not spin out. Because I know I can't flip 2 4s because I have 2 in my hand already. It may not be so bad because if I go 7, I think red definitely won't be able to slipstream me. And that's really what I want to avoid. If I don't go far enough and he does slipstream me, I think I'm still in an okay position because I've got 2 4s in hand. I'll have enough heat to shift to 4th and maybe boost. And I've got gas pedal in my hand, so I should be able to have a big final move. And green crosses. Yep, they took the win. So yeah, that was killer flipping a 1 over here and not crossing this corner. Alright, 4 is perfect. Do I want to spend 2 heat? I think I do so that red doesn't slipstream me. And these are exactly the cards I want for the last final stretch, so we'll go with that. And we're looking pretty good for our last move. Question is, do we want to play a stress or a 2? Not knowing where my 1s are, probably play it safe and play the 2. And I just gotta hope red doesn't have bigger straight line cards than me. But I feel pretty good having all my 4s. Plus my gas pedal. It would have flipped a 2 anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Let's see if that's enough for second place. Red goes 14 as well. And get a boost, flip a 3, which is not enough. Okay. Just edged out second place. Nice. Well, there you have it, Heat. Not my favorite games to play competitively. You know, like I mentioned, just keeping track of what's in your discard I find very stressful rather than fun. But if I'm playing casually, with less competitive board gaming friends, I think this is an excellent game for 5, 6 people. And as you could see, as what happened with blue, an early spin out is pretty much a death sentence. So, you know, you always get stuck in those hard spots of, do you want to take the risk of playing a stress card or holding it in your hand and then just having less options as you go through the game? And so that's why I think keeping track of what's in your discard is so important, or rather keeping track of what's in your deck so you know exactly what those stress cards may or may not draw you, so you can make those risk-informed decisions of, um, you know, whether those flips are going to make the difference of you crossing a corner or spinning out, which, you know, a single move can break your game. You know, which is not the case with a lot of other games. You know, you can recover from one bad turn, but not in Heat. That's pretty unforgiving, I think. All right, there you have it. Blue finishes their race, turn behind, and there go the legends. Um, yeah, not much to be gleaned from stats in this game, I don't think, really. Yeah. All right, that's it for day 3.